pass in the natural stream channel, they'll be able to pass through the culvert. So it's essentially a continuous stream channel at that point. Now, alternative 4 is very similar. And it's essentially the same option, except that it comes in the form of concrete. And why that's a big deal is 1, capital cost, but 2, the lifespan of the structure. So this can come in a number of forms. You can have it as a 3-sided box culvert. We're still going with the open channel concept, open bottom concept and stream simulation approach. But one deviation on this alternative is you can do a single span bridge as well, and the only benefit to that really is that you're daylighting more of the stream, which is not only going to improve fish passage but wildlife passage as well. I think the last time I drove by there was actually a deer that met its demise with a collision of a vehicle. So that would be one additional potential benefit of going with one of these open bottom structures, is that you'll actually get wildlife passage through the bottom. So with that, we look at the alternatives side by side, kind of evaluated them on their constructability and hydraulic performance, maintenance and risk, and costs. And so there's no real disturbance for alternative 1 and 2. We're staying within the culvert itself and or the stream channel, so no impact on the road. Obviously alternative 3 and 4, you have to rip up the road and to install those structures and then repave. So that would have essentially a high impact, but temporary. Hydraulic performance, with the culvert replacement options, you're going to get much more capacity, so you will exceed UDOT criteria for those options. As far as fish passage goes, the first 2 alternatives, their effectiveness, like you mentioned, if the baffles fill up with sediment, you're gonna lose your primary benefit of having those baffles in place. Likewise, with the tailwater, that's only good to up to about 30 CFS. Once flows increase above that, the velocities in the pipe are just too high, the fish won't be able to pass. With the maintenance, and this is getting to, I think, the primary concern for the county. So sediment removal is and debris removal is going to be a big concern for both of the culvert modification options. I personally am, well, I proved out using hydraulic models that the raised tailwater option works hydraulically. I wouldn't ever recommend that. That is risky in my mind, because you are encouraging material to deposit at the tail end of the culvert, and it's going to lead to collection of debris as well. And so it could work theoretically. In practice, I think we'd find that there's issues and we'd have to have people out there. I'm not sure exactly how often, and probably annually, to try and remove debris at least. Likewise, with the baffles, they could fill with the sediment and potentially catch any debris coming through. So those are fairly high concerns, and for that reason, I would hesitate to really recommend those in comparison to culvert replacement. For costs, obviously the modification options are significantly cheaper. We're mainly dealing with moving material at the downstream end of the culvert. And one thing to note, in terms of capital cost, all of these costs would be covered by and funded by Trout Unlimited. So there'd be no contribution expected from the county on those for any alternative. And in terms of design life, the existing culvert, I believe we're kind of guesstimating around 30 to 40 years old. It's actually in good condition, but it was installed quite a while ago as far as we know. I don't know if you guys have any recollection. It certainly wasn't part of the road improvements. So while it is in good condition, it is fairly old, and so if we made any modifications to it, the county would end up having to replace it in probably the next 20 years anyways.
So if that was on my property and I had to fix it, I would definitely do alternative one and put cement and rocks, boulders, and then gravel behind it. And I don't know what the difference, I'm asking, what would be the difference in this culvert gaining stuff to plug it up as much? I mean, there's culverts all over that water run through it, and they have and straight off behind them. And most of them don't plug up. And why are we worried about this one plugging from the back end?
If we were to raise for alternative one, we're raising the control structure well above the invert of the pipe. So you're gonna have, during the low flow periods, you're gonna have stagnant water back there. During the high flow periods, water's gonna be raising up a bit more. There's just more potential for it to, I'm not saying that it would, because I honestly don't know. I have a great idea of the amount of material that comes down that creek every year. That'd be a better question for Michael. Do you see much debris? I mean, there's not a whole lot of trees immediately upstream of that. There is a bunch of brush. Do you see a lot of stuff coming through there?
Usually the high water cleans out.
Yeah.
But
Usually there's no debris in that culvert.
No debris.
I mean, I check it all the time, and
Okay, so nothing landing on banks downstream of it.
well, downstream it's just it's a widening gorge
Yeah.
that gets deeper and deeper every year.
And there's no sediment in the culvert either, so at high flows it is blowing through, and it's 90 feet long, and so it's carrying all that through. So if you backwatered it, then that's the concern. You'd start getting sediment and debris deposition that you didn't have before.
Yeah.
And it's a long culvert, so it's it's got more room basically to catch stuff.
and the water through the culvert's running faster than the creek itself.
Yeah, it's a steeper grade than the creek.
Yeah. So if we go,
Well, if Trout Unlimited's paying for it, sky's the limit, right?
I don't know about the limit, but
So in order to get the hydraulic conditions for fish passage up to 30 CFS, we're raising, we're putting a control structure that is 3.5 feet above the invert of the existing culvert. So that's more than half the culvert diameter, and that's the minimum we need to get the hydraulic conditions under those lower flows to provide fish passage without putting in any baffles or anything like that. So, and again, I don't have a great idea of the sediment load that comes down. This creek is pretty small in general, so I wouldn't imagine there's a lot, but you would potentially fill up anywhere up to that point and through. Now, under high flow events, that's all real fine material. That's probably gonna blow a lot of it out, but it's a concern, it's a risk, it's not a certainty how it's gonna perform one way or the other, so.
Well, I agree with Bill on the baffles. I don't think that's the answer, because that will fill up sediment behind them and then it'll stay there.
Yeah.
So your rock, I mean, you'll be doing that all the way to the lake. So you're gonna reduce the flow of the water slow enough all the way to the lake that the fish can come back up. Is that?
Not all the way to the lake. We are looking at making the drops between structures at most 6 inches and spacing them out so that fish can effectively jump over one weir to the next and create a ladder for them. It would only take about, where are we at, 200 feet approximately, which is where that channel is really cut into the ground pretty deep. And so no matter how much we raise the water up there, we're not at risk of pushing water outside of the channel at that point. It's pretty deep in there. So it'd only be about 200 feet downstream the culvert, give or take.
But I guess the issue though is you're saying that the stream flows fast enough that they can't come up the stream. So how fast is the stream between where you're going to stop and the lake to come up?
That's a pretty shallow section right there. That slope is, they'd be able to navigate that on their own. And I believe people see fish run through that
It's
section.
the culvert itself that's much deeper and at a higher
Yeah.
grade than the stream bottom. The stream shouldn't be a problem for fish to get up to the culvert, but getting through the culvert, that's the challenge, or up to it even.
Yeah. And again, my biggest concern as an engineer on this is making sure that we size certainly the initial rock vein structure just below the culvert to withstand the impact and force of water under, the predicted high flow event, because clearly water's coming out of there with a lot of energy and force. You can tell by the scour hole that it's developed and how it's undermining the existing culvert. So there's a lot of energy there. We're gonna have to size things pretty conservatively to prevent them from blowing out. So, I guess to kind of wrap up the comparison, the longest design life is obviously building with concrete. The CMP arch structures can last a long while, seeing as how the existing culvert is, maybe 30 to 40 years old, and it looks actually in great condition. There's not any, significant rust spots that look like they're about to give way or anything like that. I would imagine a CMP would last a good long while, so you don't have a lot of abrasion and or any chemicals in the water that would increase the potential for corrosion or anything like that. So with that, we have come up with some concerns about the baffles. I have my concern with raising the tailwater so high is because of the potential for debris and sediment accumulation and potentially having some of those weirs move around under high flows. It's something that makes me a little bit nervous as an engineer. I think we could make it work if we came up. We'd have to have some sort of agreement and or a program for maintenance to ensure that if debris does build up down there, it gets cleaned out and doesn't plug that culvert. And so that's one concern why I want to kind of steer clear of the culvert modification options. In addition to those, that their ability to provide fish passage is limited out with lower range of spring runoff flows. So, if we're making an argument for fish passage, obviously these are not the best ones, but there are other concerns that you guys have as well that we will have to consider overall. What we would recommend, concrete, single span concrete bridge and or three side box culvert, has all the benefits that we're going after. It for the county, this would mean a free bridge that would last 75 plus years. You wouldn't have to worry about getting and cutting up the road down the road everywhere. And so that would save the county a significant amount of money. In addition, concrete structures don't require much maintenance. They're good for 50 years at minimum, and oftentimes last much longer than that. They're going to add to the overall aesthetic value of the area and provide wildlife passage. And there's no concern with the road overtopping, because we're essentially going to triple or more the capacity of that crossing. It's unclear if that creek can actually put that much water out, but it's ungauged and we don't know. But certainly that road, you would never have to worry about it washing out over there. To get to the point, I think that you guys are primarily concerned with is what does this mean to the county in terms of overall maintenance? And you made it clear you're concerned about joints in the road and having that increase the maintenance of the road effort there. But in talking with Lyndon Friant from Jones and DeMille, I believe he was the lead engineer for the road improvement project. I reached out to him and had a good conversation with him. And from that conversation, I understand that you typically start your road maintenance program within 5 years of its original construction. And that would include just putting down the rubberized sealant to fill in any cracks. So that was built in 2018. So we're now 4 years in about. And so we'd expect that routine maintenance to occur in the next couple of years at least. And so if we were to cut into this road, create a joint, well, if we build back to spec, we would expect that the joints would form cracks within 2 years of construction. So we're now, 7 or 8 years into the road's lifespan, in which we're well into the maintenance cycle of filling cracks. And in terms of that joint, you treat it the same way as any other crack that would be developed. And so that repair is fairly affordable. We're talking, $2 to $3 a foot. And if we want to set up some sort of account, essentially, I think T would be having to pay for that repair as part of the normal program for some duration. We could work something like that out. But essentially, that's the only impact to the road that would really be of concern, and it seems to fit into standard road maintenance regardless. In addition to that, bridge inspections with a bridge like this, it's single spin. It's not sitting on any bearings or anything like that. You don't have to inspect it any more than you would a culvert until someone actually notices some issue with the concrete, and that might be 50 years down the road. Someone would have to maybe repair some falling concrete if needed. So that's our argument. Feel free to
I'd like
poke
to
holes in it.
hear what the Trout Unlimited want to do. That's a lot, $300,000 to $600,000 for the last one.
It is a good chunk of change, but timing may be good. As you know, a lot of infrastructure money is coming down now, and we've already secured some funding to continue the design and planning process, but also start the construction process. Not all of it. We'll have to go out and fundraise for others, but there are other opportunities. So yeah, I guess one option maybe to consider in terms of open bottom structure, concrete versus doing an open bottomed half culvert, if you will, that's on concrete footers. I'd be curious, just again, cost, where those two would come in. I guess the longevity obviously would be the issue. I think you've noted that with the other culverts versus full concrete. So that would be my only reservation or consideration, I guess, but I think we can raise the money, given I think the timing's right now, and we've already secured some of it. So I feel pretty confident there.
What about you?
Did you see that article a couple of weeks ago in the Deseret News about Bear Lake bringing in about $43 million to northern Utah? I'll send it to you.
Yeah, there's a study.
I mean,
we got a
people
copy of
love
the
Bear
study.
Lake, and they're coming in increasing numbers. And I'm not against development, but we have an opportunity to preserve a creek that is the only creek on the east side of the lake that flows continuously into the lake. 21-mile stretch, and you've got one creek with a huge drainage basin and springs that,
You been up to that old dam where the dam washed out?
yes,
Up the canyon?
yeah,
There was a lot of water.
there was a lot of water.
Moving a lot of cement.
Yep.
So that probably caused the major drop that we see now. Just talking to the Roberts earlier this week, it sounds like the culvert didn't blow out when the two dams blew out, but the water went up and over the road. When it went over the road, that's why there's that huge gully below the drop now. It took probably 4 to 5 feet and away, and it ended up on the alluvial fan, it sounds like. So yeah, it was a lot of water.
So we debated as a family whether or not to rebuild those dams, and we could have done it for a lot less than they would cost today. He's happy that the dams blew out because that
I'll say happy, but they're out, so I don't wanna rebuild them.
Paves the way
I
for
appreciate
fish.
them.
I rode a horse down through there about a month ago. And that water line, you can see the water line, the high water line along there.
Yeah,
There was a lot of water in there.
yeah. So we all fished there as kids
Yeah,
when
I remember.
Hewlett went stocking with rainbow trout, which is an invasive species if you're talking to Trout Unlimited.
Yeah.
So we're all on board. I mean, the challenge of we've got about 200 people that we're managing in this process, because you've got the Petersons who own a piece of undeveloped land, and they have about 100 people in their family. And between the two Nebaker families, you've got 100, and then you've got all the Johnsons. And so far, everyone's moving in the right direction. And it seems like if we're gonna do this, then let's do it right when it comes to that obstacle for the fish to move up into the canyon. Because it's a small, price to pay if you, match that up against $43 million that's coming into Rich County through tourism and people wanting to see this incredible body. We want to keep it blue and clean and deep and filled with fish and habitat for all the animals that live in that corridor. I mean, to the naked eye, the tourist who's driving 80 miles an hour along that road, on Friday night to get to their campsite.
No, it's 35.
Have you been there on a Friday night? When the people from Salt Lake come up?
I went on it on Monday and
You know,
that fast.
when you're there on a Tuesday in September, I mean, it's just amazing how much wildlife you can spot. Hundreds of different, birds and animals. I mean, we've got CRP land that has restored thousands of acres up on top to native species, sage grouse and upland game. So it works if you work at it and do it right. And I hate to cut through your road, but
I have no problem with the cutting through the road as long as you'll sign a contract that says when we have frost heave and we have to go in and cut that out and repave it, that you'll be responsible for those costs. Because that's the real problem when you do utility cuts is one year they're completely great and you don't even notice they're there, and then the next year all of a sudden you've either got a divot down in or a raise up.
Right.
And that's those are ongoing costs. So, if we can come up with some type of an agreement that as the road suffers from particularly the winter elements, that, when we have to come in and grind those out and fill them in to get rid of a frost heave, then essentially the county is not, because those are costs that are gonna be created by the cut of the utility. It's just the way it is. Anytime you do a utility cut, they tell us that if you do a utility cut in a county road that's asphalted, laid at 6, compressed to 5, and it's 3 feet wide, that you literally in the next 5 years you will be putting $5,000 in that utility cut, because you probably replace it twice because of our frost layer that we have up here.
Okay.
So anytime we do utility cuts, and right now our policy is you don't cut any oil roads on the county, you bore under them. This is not, a possibility. So if we can come up with an agreement that, you'll be sharing the costs of fixing any type of road damage created by the utility cut, or in this case, the bridge, we're good. We've been looking at some box culverts that we have to replace. They're not quite going to be quite as big as this box culvert that you've got. However, this box culvert that you're looking at is considerably wider than the ones that we're looking at, but we're looking at $1 million to replace those, so,
Yeah,
with the ongoing costs of things, so.
One thing to know about the cost here is that with prices being kind of volatile right now, I set them up so that we can compare one versus the other. They're not necessarily, they're not even probably accurate today from when I did them several months ago, and that's just the way things are right now.
Yeah,
So I
they
believe
are.
you that.
Yeah.
But I did call and get quotes for precast voided slab bridge decks, and I was surprised at the time how affordable that was in comparison to CMP. You still have all the footers and wing walls to come off of that, so I think you're right. I think we're gonna be on the upper end of the range that I was looking at originally, so.
Jake, if you put in a bridge and you've got a concrete deck, right? Does the heave occur at the seam at the end of the bridge
Yeah.
on either side?
Well, it actually is in the middle because of the fact that you've got less soil on top of the bridge than the rest of the road. So when that freezes, you get a bigger expansion. If that makes sense, because so what happens is as the road expands, the whole road goes up and goes back down. On top of the bridge, it expands higher than what the road does, and so actually you get a frost heave. So during the winter time, you're going to come across there, and it's going to be this bump, and then when the frost goes out, then it settles back down, and then you've got a drop at the edge of the bridge. And it's an ongoing thing. It takes a long time, 3 to 4 years of fill and mill and everything else to actually get that. So, and sometimes you just have to just go on each side of the bridge 50 feet and mill it all down and just lay complete overlay on top of everything to get rid of it. And I mean, it's not a huge thing, but it's an ongoing maintenance that we'll have.
So I wonder if there's a couple of options that come to mind to at least minimize that expense off the side of the bridge in which that might occur. And one is by, normally when you cut into a road like this, you're gonna cut 1-to-1, so you're gonna be way outside the bridge itself, so you can
Right, so the
place
bridge
your
will fit.
material. But
Yeah.
if we specify that we use shoring and all that, you can minimize that cut, bring it in closer to the edge of the bridge. And I wonder if it's possible to also stay with concrete as the surfacing material across the bridge rather than going to pavement, so you'll get less movement from freeze thaw cycle. And I haven't seen this done, but my boss is a bridge engineer, so I'll ask him about it. If you can extend the deck beyond the footers to meet concrete, so you're taking the deck out to the cut line of the pavement, so you don't have this section 5 foot, 10 foot, whatever of replaced pavement. Regardless of whether that's an option or not, I found in talking with Lyndon Bryant, he's great to work with, really knowledgeable, and be happy to bring him in on any future design effort if it involves, any significant pavement, because he was,
Yeah,
the road,
he was the
he's
leader.
fantastic. He was,
Yeah. That's our concern. I
Yeah.
mean, if we can look at this so that it doesn't become an ongoing maintenance for the county because of the utility cut. I mean, the overall concept is great. I don't think there's any of us even have, we're more than willing to help any way we can. It's just the issue of creating, an ongoing maintenance issue with that utility cut.
Sure.
So.
Yeah.
That's great, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you guys. And with that, also want to thank Brent Sanders, because I had him on the phone a number of times, and he was.
He's right there.
Oh, hey.
Should have had him.
Oh.
Should have had him come up here.
I didn't realize that was you. I would introduce myself. Anyways, yeah, great to work with him. Really helpful throughout this process. So.
Brent, do you have anything to add?
No, I think they covered everything that I thought they would tonight, so.
Okay.
See, we don't have to let church out early to come and clean out the culvert now.
Yeah.
Sometimes we look for an excuse to get out of church.
Every Sunday.
Well, you know, as you move forward, just kind of keep us in the loop and so we can coordinate we need to bring our Public Works people in on the conversation as we move forward, as you guys move forward with what you're doing.
Okay.
Unfortunately, if we could have done it like the reservoirs, you know, you could have done it 2 years ago, it'd be half the cost that it is now, so.
Mhm.
It's, yeah.
So I guess we're moving forward under the assumption that the concrete bridge is the direction we're going. Is that what we're doing?
It sounds like CMP or concrete, but open bottom structure,
Okay.
full
Yeah.
culvert replacement.
What is CMP? Sorry.
Corrugated metal pipe. It's,
Okay.
So the arch culvert,
Yeah.
Yep.
we've got a couple of those. They seem to work really well.
Mhm.
And one thing about the arch culvert is that you get a lot better because it's an arch in itself. When you get a frost heave, there's less.
material.
You know, it's not an up and down. It's more of a rounded, and it's a little maintenance on them is a little less, I guess. So
Are cuts the same with culverts, Bill? You know?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll have to completely cut it out and there'll be just a gap and then you've got to have you'll have to have at least 30 inches on top of the arch culvert. Pretty close, I think.
Something like that.
Yeah. For the weight
But the
rating.
archways, the span is wider than if you just got a pipe, the bottom of it's 2 feet or 18 inches or something.
Yeah.
The rule for the width of the span is typically bankable width and times 1.2 plus 2 feet. So we're, the question with this creek is really, what is the natural width of that creek? It's been modified, and certainly with the dams blowing out, it kind of carved out the channel upstream, downstream of it. So we're gonna look a little closer at what that real bankable width would have been.
Yeah, what you're gonna need for width,
Yeah,
yeah.
and that's kind of a forensic study in and of itself, so. Yeah. But-
Like I said, just keep us in the loop on what your plans are and when and you know, we'll have to continue to have a conversation about that. So,
Sounds good, great, thank you.
okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Thanks.
For coming in.
Who's in here with Duck Creek? Who's coming with Duck Creek?
Taylor came in and said he didn't know who would be able to come.
So,
Apparently they're not.
okay. Well, Mitch is here. We'll go on to Mitch. Mitch and Travis.
Come on up, Mitch, Travis.
That's all I was here for.
How you doing, Michael? Yeah, nice to meet you. My son Lee.
Thanks.
Thanks.
See ya.
See ya.
All right, Mitch, go ahead.
Okay, I'm
Hey,
Mitch
Henry.
Poulsen, I'm the planning administrator
Thank you.
for Rich County.
And I'm Travis Hobbs, property owner.
Okay, so I've got a little map here for you guys, so you can see what we're talking about.
Travis, are you a member of Trout Unlimited?
Yes, actually,
I was
yeah.
wondering that.
Yeah, no, it's pretty crazy the money that they spent. It's pretty incredible, actually. Yeah.
Okay, so this was a request that was submitted to the planning office to rezone from agriculture to commercial. It's 11 acres. It's along Sweetwater Parkway, just to the south of the new 2300 South Road that Garden City is creating between, I think it's Kimball Lane and Sweetwater Parkway. Normally, we don't encourage, rezoning from ag to recreation. That's a pretty extreme jump. It should go from ag to, ag residential 5. That's a normal genesis of planning and development. But in this case, it was just an area that we hadn't really looked at or reviewed in a long time. And there's, it's right outside the city limits for Garden City. There is some discussion about putting some commercial things down right on the corner of Sweetwater Parkway and Highway 30, so it seemed to make some sense. So the Planning Commission, reviewed the request. Travis was there to answer questions. Did a really good job. We did receive one comment from the Sweetwater Water Company. They are concerned because that is a Zone 2 area for their culinary water system, and just encourage us to not approve anything that would, violate that Zone 2 water capture area.
What does that?
I don't actually know. But since we were only doing the rezone, we're not gonna worry about that too much.
Okay.
Anyway, Planning Commission reviewed it and gave a favorable recommendation to approve that rezone to the county commissioners.
So rezoning won't hurt the water capture deal.
Shouldn't. I think what they're looking for is they request us to not do things that would be, of a contaminating nature, that will result in a lot of chemicals on the ground that will infiltrate into their capture area, stuff like that.
And I guess that will be something that will be addressed with each project that would come in.
Correct.
Okay.
And they'll have a chance to comment that as they come in.
Okay, so planning and zoning has moved it forward to us at this point in time. Then do we have to have a public hearing?
You do not. We took care of the public hearing part for you. We notified all of the agencies, everybody within 300 feet of the adjacent, or 300 feet of the property in request, and we received no comments back, with the exception of the water company.
Travis brought up a good point in planning of, that we charged him for a business license, and then he's not able to have a business there. I says, well, we'll never turn your money down.
Well, and I honestly think, I guess I didn't really realize too, the zoning. I assumed, I guess, because of and that was my bad, but I assumed, looking down at Bear Lake Water Companies, I think when we originally, I worked for Bear Lake Water Company when that went in, and I knew there was just an acre down there and they had their building. So I guess in my head, I just assumed, that whole section there's gotta be zoned, whatever allowed that.
Yeah.
And then when I applied for the building permit, I actually applied for a permit with Geo, and he informed me, that was when he informed me, he's like, well, you have to have your zoned ag, you have to have 10 acres. And I'm like, oh, well, I made a big mistake here. and so I actually tried to buy the remaining parcel, which would be, I have the dark gray, and then I tried to buy the remaining parcel, but that didn't even qualify me because that parcel, I think, is only another 4 acres. Or is it 5? But anyways, I would have still been under so it's just kind of a weird little section of property down there that's, yeah.
And you're wanting to put up a building like Lana Hodges?
Yeah,
store
exactly.
Equipment and things.
Yeah, for sure. And what I really want, my intention is to do a storage building. I have my business license there for my trucking company, and then I want to store some boats there, and then I also want to keep a few mules and stuff like that, store some hay there. So
Kind of a mixed bag of things.
yeah, a little bit of everything.
Boat storage
yeah.
and mule storage.
A little bit of everything. So yeah.
Is that why you got Powder River gates up at your place? Is for mules?
Mm-hmm.
How
Yeah.
often do you bring them up?
Not very often, but they are up there. Just more or less on the weekend. Like if I'm going riding at 4 in the morning the next day, I like to have them at the house.
Oh, really? Where do you go riding?
Oh, everywhere.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, all I can.
And why do you ride a mule instead of a horse?
we can get into a long debate, but
So let's just stay on.
Sorry, I didn't mean to derail.
We're in the middle of a commission meeting, and I don't know that that has anything to do with this approving this
Okay, sorry.
rezone. You two can discuss.
But I'd really
mule.
like to know why you're right, you instead of horse.
I was getting invested in that conversation.
yeah, low maintenance. We'll put it that way.
Really?
Yeah, super low maintenance.
So we need a motion?
I do.
I'd make a motion that seems the planning committee has had the public hearing and everything, that we change that to
Commercial?
commercial. We going commercial
Is that what it is?
or residential?
No, commercial.
Commercial. Okay.
Commercial from what?
Agriculture. So is this remainder gonna remain?
Actually, it'll be everything. So it's that entire strip. Actually, jump across that road and do those two parcels as well. It's basically that entire.
So we're rezoning this too. It's, who owns this spot?
That's Nate. Well, unless it got changed, it was Nate.
So there may be other commercial stuff on that as well.
Mhm. Yeah, and then down here, so let's see, the highway. So this is that new gravel road that
Yeah, you
the
got
city
that
put in.
RV park on
Yeah,
the
and then
side
I
of the
think I think it's Travis Eborn owns one of those I think one of those parcels, and I'm not sure the other one.
And all
But-
those were notified about this deal.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, we'll just have to hope that Nate also does whatever, the
Yeah.
water company
Yeah.
takes their concern.
Well, that'll be controlled by planning and zoning.
Okay, if they've already had, like you said, I second that motion.
Okay? We have a motion and a second to do the rezone. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, okay? Motion was passed unanimously.
Thanks, guys.
So-
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll take care of that.
Thanks for coming over.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
All right, next thing we'll talk about is the plat amendment process. It came to our attention, I don't know, about 6 months or so ago from both Crystal in the recorder's office and some individual landowners that our current process of using a building covenant to combine lots in a platted subdivision just was not supported. It's not a robust enough process, and asked us if we would adopt a plat amendment process whereby if someone who has 2 lots in a platted subdivision and wants to build across that property line or combine the two, that they can follow a plat amendment process and get those, get that plat changed and recorded in the county's offices. So like I said, this was, Crystal mentioned that we want to do this. I've had mortgage companies talking about it and banks just saying, hey, this process is not robust enough. Our underwriters don't like it. We would request that you would make this change to your ordinances. So I put together a procedure for plat amendments, and this will actually encompass a couple of different things. It'll do both plat amendments, so if you've got 2 lots, you want to combine them into one, or if there's a line within a subdivision, they need the 2 landowners that are adjacent to one another have to adjust that. They can do that through the plat amendment process. What it does not do is in a non-platted subdivision, we'll still continue to use that building covenant. So if somebody, south of Sweetwater, where it's not platted, would like to combine lots and build across. In fact, I just had a guy from right by Swan Creek who has about 60 acres that are in 2 legal descriptions, and he wants to build a barn across the property line. That kind of land activity will still come before the county commissioners through the normal building covenant process. So again, this really only applies to platted subdivisions. And essentially what you're doing is just replatting those two lots or even that phase in the subdivision. And it gives Brent a chance to look at it and review the survey so that it's not off and incorrect. But it just makes it more robust, shows that the county's reviewed it.
Did this all start from that one guy that brought up, he was in here like maybe 8 months ago, he was doing the covenant, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, he was,
Several times.
he was one of the ones, it was a number of things that all kind of coalesced at the
Yeah.
same time. He was wanting to do one, and then Crystal had brought it to my attention that we need something separate for subdivisions. And I think I'd even had a call from Maryland down at the title company saying, this just isn't working, we gotta do something different. And I brought this document to the planning commission, probably a couple of times in the last 2 or 3 months. I asked Ben Willoughby to review it, and he doesn't have any issues with it.
Okay, I was just gonna say, so our legal counsel's seen it, all right, all right.
Planning commission reviewed it at the last meeting, we had a public hearing on it. We had notified in all post offices across the entire county to adopt this. And I haven't heard anything from anybody other than those who would like to do it. I've got 2 people standing in the line, hoping to get a plat amended in the next couple of months.
Okay.
Well, if you've done all that, I guess, I'd make a motion that we accept the plat amendment, change in process from the Planning and Zoning Commission. Is that what we're supposed to do?
In section 12.
Yeah,
In section 12.
Yeah, I would just say we're adding an additional,
You're amending your subdivision
amending,
ordinance.
yeah, amending the subdivision
Okay,
ordinance in
I'll make a
section 12,
motion
yeah.
that we amend section 12 ordinance for plat amendments.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, okay, motion passes unanimously. That will be, you can do that amendment.
Okay, sounds good. Like the ordinance. She's got a
Oh, I
copy.
got a copy of that. Well, what was the first one he handed you? About Travis Hobbs.
Oh, just a map?
Oh,
You want a copy of that? Okay, last thing is the Rich County general plan. We've been working on this for about the last 6 months with our consultant, Michael Hansen with Rural Community Consultants. And he apologizes for not being here. He attended planning and zoning via conference call, but his son was having surgery this morning. So it's just one of those things where you can't change commissioner meeting and you're not gonna not attend for your son's surgical procedure. So the general plan follows all the rules and requirements that the state statute has established for counties adopting a general plan, including the new additional items, which are a section on water and a section on critical minerals. And Utah's got some pretty crazy geology. For one state, they've got a lot of variable soil conditions, geologic conditions. We, in our area, we don't really have any of these critical minerals that they speak of. So it's a pretty small section that we just left in the appendix. And the water system, again, where we're in a county, we don't have any water systems, but, we can always encourage water conservation and wise use of water, especially in our current drought conditions. It's always wise. Other than that, it fulfills all the requirements laid out by state statute. We've also included our existing trail, the county trail plan in there, and the needed updates to the county's resource management plan. Those are included in there as well.
Okay. Good.
We did our best to, and we knew this going in, we knew that public input was gonna be a challenge. This is a chronic issue with any county, any city that adopts a comprehensive plan. It's very difficult to get people to weigh in on a future planning document. People just don't get excited until there's something in their backyard that impacts them directly. It's hard for them to think in those terms. But we did our best to get the notice out to people, get them to respond and reply. And there was some input on it, which the consultant has incorporated into the document. And he's given agencies a chance to comment on it. I've added some input. Bureau of Association of Governments has reviewed it. And so the Planning Commission reviewed it the last meeting and recommends approval of the document to the Planning Commissioners.
Has the Public Lands Policy Office had an opportunity to review it?
You know, I can't speak with definitive affirmation on that.
Okay, we need to make sure that they've requested that every county general plan, that they have an opportunity to review the part, particularly when it comes to public lands.
Okay, I will make it a point then to get them a copy or follow up on that.
Yeah.
Because Mike may have been working with them directly and I'm just not aware of it.
Who was that, Commissioner Cox, you wanted to review it?
Public Lands Policy Office that the state has.
It said changes are in yellow, and I haven't seen any yet. You know where there's, we can turn right to see some, or?
I don't. And if you guys would like more time to review it,
I was just gonna say, I wanna be able to read through this.
it's an important enough document.
It is,
That you don't wanna just jump
no.
just because we've said we've reviewed it and we're comfortable. As county commissioners, that's important.
I'm sure I'm gonna have some questions about things, and
Okay,
I would really like to to take some time and at least for the next month before and let's put it on the agenda for next month again. And,
okay.
I personally would like to, as much time and effort and as important as the plan is, I wanna make sure that we, cover everything that we
I would totally
feel
agree
like we
with you.
need to. And I certainly want, before we do anything, to have the Public Lands Policy Office review.
That'll give me a
that-
chance to make contact with them.
Yeah,
Okay.
they've requested that for all county general plans, so. Looks like it's pretty comprehensive, which is pretty exciting.
I think he did a really nice job, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, you could pick any random page and it's super interesting. It seems like they know what they're talking about.
And it was mentioned in P&Z that this is required, that the state to have this.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and our last one was adopted in 1985, and it was about 6 pages long. So we were due for an update.
Looks nice, just scrolling through it.
I don't see on here where, on our public partners, the Public Lands Policy Office is listing on there. That doesn't mean they haven't been contacted, but they probably would need, they may want to do some input. Was there any areas that we specifically had, other than public input, that we had just specifically had issues with?
No.
Okay.
This county supports streamlining and expediting NEPA compliance. Oh, it's nice to see that in black and white.
That was one of the reasons I particularly liked going with rural community consultants. This guy's worked with a lot of counties in Utah that deal with the same natural resource issues over and over. So he knows he can just go right to it and include that kind of stuff in our plan, so.
Yeah, it's really cool. I'd like to read it too, so.
Sounds good. And if we roll it over to next month, I would imagine that gives him enough lead time that he can, pencil in a couple minutes to come and visit with us.
Good.
Either in person or we can get him on a conference.
Yeah, it would be good, if nothing more than just to thank him for the process.
Indeed. Okay, I will return a report, get
Okay.
that stuff taken care of.
Sounds good.
Okay, anything else I can do for you guys?
Keep up the good work.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, thanks, gentlemen, appreciate it.
Thanks.
We'll be in touch.
Okay.
Okay, have a good day.
I tentatively put you down to 10:30, but.
Okay,
we can-
so,
If you need it changed.
no.
That's a little early. 10:30 you can be here?
Yeah, I can roll out of bed by 10:30. Okay, thanks, gentlemen, see you guys.
Thanks.
See ya.
Mitch, I might be calling you about planning and zoning last time, get a little information after I.
We record the whole thing, but what do you need? I'm totally kidding. I know it's crazy hard to go, who made that motion? Who's talking?
Exactly,
Yeah.
I was hoping you kept a little bit of notes, but you didn't.
It's too hard. Yeah, I'll fill you in. Thanks. See ya.
See ya.
Oh, take a deep breath.
Okay, looks like we're running a little ahead of schedule. Mitch and Misty, is that you guys? Yeah. We're ahead of schedule. Do you mind coming early?
Not at all.
Come right on up.
Knock it out.
This is Commissioner Weston. I'm Commissioner Cox. This is Commissioner Lee.
Hi.
Welcome to
Thank you.
the Ridge County Commission. And if you wouldn't mind stating both your names for our electronic record, and we'll just turn the time over to you.
Kristy,
Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Kristy Bogard.
And I'm Mitch Bogard.
Okay. And where do you reside?
We live 2 miles north of Garden City,
Okay.
just a little bit before you get to Bear Lake West.
Awesome. Okay. Tell us what looks like you're on the agenda for a business license, so tell us what you got in mind.
You want to start?
We're planning to start a small farm. I think what would be classified as a market farm. And possibly expand it into raising some goats or something like that.
Chickens?
And chickens, definitely, selling the eggs and so forth. So nothing big, but, the way the place is growing, I don't know, where it'll go really, but, for starters, we'll be growing produce and possibly doing a market there in Garden City. We have some highway frontage accessible to us, might start a market there on the highway later. I don't know, restaurants around there, Cooper's, different places. We've already, owners of Moose Buns, we've kind of been talking to them, and they're very interested in what we got planned, and I think we're getting set up to talk to the owners of Cooper's there, so, to supply some of the restaurants around there with just salad greens and stuff that we can, I guess we've already gotten approved for a high tunnel through the NCRS, so that's going in this fall. Whether we have the business or not, that was a personal thing that we wanted to do anyway. But so, yeah, we've got 20 acres to work with out there, and we have no intentions of using all 20 of it really for this, but try to keep this as small as we can and be able to service the people that want to be serviced there.
So are you right on the highway there, or are
We're
you
actually about a half mile up above the highway. So there's 80 acres below us.
Okay.
Do you guys know Scott Huskinson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know
So
where
it's-
he owns land up there, right before you cross into Idaho? We're just above the canal up above him, if that helps you any.
So if people are coming, the reason I ask is people would be coming to buy produce from you, where would they access your property from?
We're not, because of the way our CC&Rs are written, we're not given a lot of flexibility with regards to parking spaces and having people come up the private road. So we're thinking maybe we'll do a CSA, and that would be a few members of the CSA that would be coming up to pick up produce. But by and large, beyond that, we're feeling like we're either going to be delivering or we're going to be somewhere else selling, like in a market stand.
Okay.
And we haven't approached Scott yet, but he has all that highway frontage that he's not really doing anything with. So, it's an option to talk to him about maybe leasing a small area and putting a little stand on it. I mean,
Yes.
there's a lot of traffic, obviously. There on the
Right,
highway, so.
that's the concern is, parking for people to get off the road if you were gonna have a roadside stand
Right.
and those kind of things.
So I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Square H Ranch Road. It's a private road, but that's what goes up and accesses Scott's property.
Mhm.
And just
And
after,
ours.
and ours. And just after you pull off of the highway onto the Square H Ranch Road, there's a dumpster there, and there's a pretty big parking area right where the dumpster is. And so we've been kind of thinking, like Mitch said, we haven't talked to Scott yet, but we've been kind of thinking that that would be a good place for a produce stand for just that reason, because there's a place for people to be able to park, get out, get their produce, and then leave.
As long as it doesn't interfere with the sanitation people dumping the
Sure.
dumpster, if there be,
Yeah.
sufficient area for there, we gotta keep that clear so
Keep
that they can get that
that
done.
path clear, yeah. Yeah, I mean, these are all just thoughts that have gone through our heads, and, I mean, there's a lady there in Garden City that's really working hard to get a regular market going on, especially during the fall and going into the winter a little bit, right? I mean,
Yeah, and even in the summer, she's done a few things like around, like an autumn market, Amy Lodbrock, and like on into Christmas for the holidays, gift kind of things. But she's thinking the whole area would benefit from having something more consistent during the summer, and that having somebody there to sell produce is sort of fundamental to that during that period of time.
Farmers market and just
Yeah.
kind of expand it
Yeah.
into something else.
And we're pretty excited about that too. And we're planning for all of the different types of vegetables that we think would appeal to people that would either be there for the weekend or people that are there on an ongoing basis. Just a side note, we have been donating for the last few weeks to the food pantry there in Garden City, and we were talking to one of the folks at the food pantry, and she was saying that Mike's has not been able to donate any produce for this whole summer because they've not had any to donate. They're selling everything.
Right, yeah.
So that tells us that there's a shortage in the area that we could fill a gap for.
Good.
Yeah, I think so, yeah, especially, I mean, yeah, we have, it's a pretty small area that we're working right now, and we're giving a lot of stuff away. So, once we get the high tunnel in and.
We started last year trying to grow a few things. We bought the property in 2019, and we started last year trying to grow a few things just to see what we could grow, what the soil would support. And we've had more success this year. So with a high tunnel, we expect we'll have much more success next year.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, we're all for property owners using their property how they want, especially farming, you know.
Well, I mean, it's zoned agriculture. We are building a house on it, so we'll be living there and doing this. So, I mean, I would assume it would work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the name of your business is gonna be Mahogany Ridge Farms, so
Yeah.
that's all. Okay. All right. Any questions that you guys have?
Nope. I'll make a motion that we accept, or we grant a business license to Mahogany Ridge Farms to do farming.
Second.
Okay. Motion and second, on favor say aye.
Aye.
So we will grant the business license. That's gonna be $50.
Okay.
Or they'll be transporting it around.
Yeah, so, and she is,
Yeah.
Lisa do it. So if you wanna stop in the first office there on your
Okay.
left.
Okay.
And she'll take care of you in there.
So here's a question for you guys. As Mitch said, we're starting off with produce. We're planning on having animals at some point. So when we grow beyond what we're planning right now, how do we handle that with you? Do we set up another appointment to come back and talk to you again, or?
I don't think you need to, as far as, you know, you haven't really limited, you're gonna start with produce, but there's not gonna be, you know, you're not gonna change directions from a farming operation. So,
No.
you know, it would be,
Is there a limit on heads of livestock?
no, not out where they're at.
Okay.
They're in the county, so there isn't.
If we take goats one step further from just breeding and selling, and we decide to start making product with their milk, what about at that point?
Then you probably better come back in. There's going to be probably some requirements about having an inspected, and Department of Ag will actually probably have to weigh in on that, that
Okay.
you'll have to register with them that you're selling a raw product.
Okay,
And that will probably just go with your business license when you get to that point.
okay.
Okay.
Do you happen to know, I've looked for any kind of requirements from the state of Utah for selling produce, and then also for selling dairy kind of products. And it seems like there's a lot of restrictions and requirements with regards to dairy. I can't find anything with regards to produce.
I'm not aware of any on produce.
Okay.
At this point in time. I'll do a little research as well, but I am not aware of any type of restrictions or anything like that where it's just farm-grown produce.
Okay.
So,
Okay, great.
Like he says, when you get dealing with milk, that's a different.
Yeah, produce doesn't make you sick like dairy does.
Right.
well, it
Yeah.
can, I mean, if you get E. coli from lettuce or anything like that, but
Not from this farm.
From this far.
No, we're gonna be very careful. We've lived in big cities our whole lives, and so having issues with stores having to clear their shelves of something is something we're pretty familiar with, and we're not interested in having
If you get to
that
the point
happen.
where you're ever uncomfortable, you can always come visit the commission, and we can help you.
You can guide us. Okay, that's
Okay.
great. That's what we were hoping. Good. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
folks.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Don't shake too many hands these days. That's-
My hands are freezing, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they are.
Have a good afternoon, you guys.
Thank you, you
Thanks.
too.
I wonder if Taylor forgot us. Let me call him.
Have his-
Yeah, why don't you?
I think that'd be a fun idea for them to have a,
I think farmers markets are huge. What else is involved in Duck Creek?
I think he acted like he was going to be out of the,
I think he's at a family reunion or,
yes, I think he was somewhere. So it wasn't gonna be him. What about the minutes? Have you looked at those two?
I did.
I did not look at the election ones. Let me look at them real quick. You had a chance to look at them, Bill?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we accept the minutes for both July 6th and July 11th meetings.
Okay,
I'll
we
second it.
have a motion and a second to approve the minutes.
Hey,
Of July 11th
How
and
you
July
doing?
6th. Is that right?
Yep.
Yep. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Voting is unanimous. Those minutes will be recorded as approved.
You want me to grab Kim then, and I've got the personal property to review.
Let's just review them and then
Okay.
we'll have her come in. If you've got them already, we'll just get started on those.
I'm gonna take a second.
Not too many this time.
Jed didn't know, he said to call Jordan, and I thought I had his number, but I don't.
They wanna just add some troughs, which is gonna require, some additional time cause they're using our pump. They share with us on that generator that's out of the, this is out of the landfill, and they
That
would,
generators cost more money.
It's always going up.
I think we need to request from GIP another generator personally. That one is not. It's not worked out very well.
I wonder what the deal is with it. I think we got too big a one. Was that?
No, I don't think it's too big. It's just that it's been a continual headache with the circuit board part of it, that it just, I don't know. There's a lot of electronics on them, and, you know, I don't know what the problem is, but. No, they've been out there several times.
Kim Wilson, Rich County Assessor, personal property exemptions.
Welcome.
Well, she canceled me. She said I couldn't come. Then now she's back saying I can come.
Hey now, I'm in here.
That's okay. I just said it whether you're here or not.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I'm not afraid to tell you what I think.
No, you are not. For the past however many years I've been here.
Yeah, how many years? Well, you were here before me, and so, yeah, I've worked with you 20, how many years? Because you were here when I started, and I started in 94. That's a long time. I was the assessor in 96, but I started working in the office since 94. That's a long time. That's like
And I
28,
started
28
part-time
years.
in 78.
Yeah. So you've been here a long time, and I've been here working with you for a long
I
time.
think I was a
You
kid.
wanna make a motion to approve?
I make a motion that we approve property tax exemption, personal property tax, sorry, as presented by our assessor.
I second.
Got a motion second to approve the property tax exemptions. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. Motion passes unanimously, and that is taken care of. Anything else?
Thank you. We, oh, thanks. We have, a proposal for ambulance rates, because they come out with the new ambulance rates, but Dale's on for an executive session, and I was gonna come back in with him on that. Do you wanna just discuss it then? Or do you need to do it now?
We could do it then.
Okay,
We'll go into executive session when we come out, and we can discuss the rates.
and do it then. Okay, I just didn't know for sure, and I thought,
Yeah,
because that was the only other thing that I had
That's
at
fine.
this point in time, so.
we'll probably have some discussion, so.
Okay.
Do you have a copy for each one of us that show the new rates?
I can make one.
Would you mind making one
Because
so
I
we
have
can?
one, but I didn't make copies. I haven't made copies.
Yeah,
for everybody.
so does it show present and then what we could?
It doesn't, it shows, well, it come from the state, so it shows what we can charge. We can go up to this amount.
Okay,
And we were gonna leave one rate the same and move the other one some, but we'll talk to you more about that.
okay, great,
So,
thanks.
I'll make a copy.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
Thanks.
Yep.
Okay,
You can't make a motion on that.
well, we're just gonna review the rates.
Okay. But she said they were gonna recommend that one.
Well, they can recommend, but we won't take any action until we have it on the agenda.
Okay, here is this quarterly report that we have to sign for the auditors. So when you get to it, just sign on that back page.
Should we all sign it?
Yeah.
I don't know that we can sign that or not, because that's not on the agenda.
Yes, it
Yes,
is.
right here under business.
In fact, you can just sign it for me if you want, Becky. That's a joke. That's a joke. Not really.
That is a joke.
Have you seen his signature?
Yeah.
You really could.
I wanna know how many prescriptions John writes out with that signature.
Well, since that lawsuit, not many. How was your guys' NACO meeting?
good.
It was good. It was busy.
Public lands, I kinda get into that deal.
Are you going to that DC fly-in, Bill, on
I don't
September?
know, I was gonna talk to you guys, I don't know.
I don't think I will be.
I think it's during the USAC.
It is.
Oh, it is. I
Yeah,
haven't
it's
even
right
looked at
during,
it yet.
it's right during our convention, or our fall conference, yeah.
Field's pretty important, I guess we'll have representation there.
Yeah. Yeah, the WIR presidency will be there.
For the past president.
I don't know. Not really sure. Becky, I'd like to look at these two invoices, if you wouldn't mind pulling them.
Okay. What are they? Let's see, it's a nuts. Oh, check number. So 48001.
And 48002,
Okay.
both to Cache County. I'm assuming that's for inmate housing, but I just wanna see kind of what that's about.
It's reimbursable.
Yeah.
So on these things, do we just amend the budget during the budget process where we got money that we weren't expecting?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Just wondering.
Did they both say Cache County Court? Or Cache County? Because one was Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and what's the other one? The other one is our attorney.
This one's mental health. That's just an ongoing one we do every quarter. They send that out.
Okay. Yeah. I just wondered if,
The inmate over there.
okay. I actually think that the state will reimburse us for this because he's a felony prisoner. And
I think Emily keeps track of felony prisoners. I'll have to talk to her about it though.
I'm hoping she's basing the state, or building the state on that.
Okay. I'd say anyone that's over 50%.
Which quarter is this?
Second. Ends in
So
June.
this is through June?
Yes.
right? Okay.
So I've been working with the auditors, Mike Ulrich, to get stuff. I was hoping they'd present in August, but now I'm really hoping they'll present in September. If we go any longer, funds will be withheld again.
Back where we were.
Yep. But hopefully it won't be February.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve the July expenditures.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to approve the expenditures. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, motion passes. Expenditures are approved. Looks like our next thing will be a public hearing at 1 o'clock. So I would I'd entertain a motion to adjourn for lunch.
So move.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? I'll call our commission meeting for August 3rd back to order. And our first item of business will be a public hearing to discuss the amended ordinance of the control of dogs and other animals. So I'll open that public hearing up. If we have our county attorney here, you might want to go through that and tell us what you've changed, if you wouldn't mind, Ben.
Just come up here.
All right, well, this is Ben Willoughby, Rich County Attorney. Okay. So what we're here for is to consider some proposed changes to the county's dog ordinance, which was enacted in 1981. Let's see, I'll go through beginning at the top of page 1 and just summarize some of the more important changes. First thing this proposed would do would be to repeal and replace the 1981 ordinance. The new ordinance defines what at-large means. Any animal roaming off the keeper's property while not under restraint. The new ordinance defines pet to mean dogs, cats, and any animal kept for pleasure and not utility, excluding a dog employed by law enforcement. Under public nuisance, it adds lunging at fences. It clarifies under restraint to mean an animal secured by leash, lead, cage, or other device capable of keeping the animal under physical control, or confined by fencing within the real property of the keeper's land. It is more specific about what a vicious animal means. Writing it this way, a single instance of behavior posing a physical threat to any human being or other animal constitutes a vicious animal, including any bite without adequate provocation. Defines adequate provocation to exist only when the animal is defending itself or a human from actual physical attack. Defines bite to mean any puncture, tear, or abrasion of the skin inflicted by the animal's teeth. It expands wild animal to include crocodiles, alligators, coyotes, wolves, bears, poisonous animals. And then most importantly, it does away with the county's licensing scheme, which would require all dogs to get an annual license from the sheriff's office. So there is no licensing requirement anymore under the proposed ordinance. Requires, with a few exceptions, a dog in public or likely to come in contact with the public to be restrained. Requires owners to remove and dispose of all fecal droppings on private property belonging to others or on public property. It has exceptions to the restraint requirement for working dogs who are actively herding livestock or being trained to do so, or that are being used by people with disabilities as assistance animals, or who are being used as hunting dogs while under the active supervision of the hunter. It states that no wild animals may be kept as a pet in Rich County. And then it clarifies the impoundment process if there is a at-large, vicious, or any animal in violation of this that would be impounded. the sheriff's office is to give prompt notice to the owner or the keeper, and it clarifies that the impound fee for an animal impounded is $25 plus $25 per day. The ordinance requires that the animal either be released back to the owner, or if that's not possible, placed for suitable adoption. And if that's not possible, then it allows euthanization, but as a last resort. It makes an offense, a violation of the offense, a Class B misdemeanor. Allows the owner to be cited as a criminal offense. And then lastly, if an animal is impounded as being vicious, it directs the sheriff's office to keep control of the animal and to give prompt notice to the county attorney's office, so the decision can be made whether the county is going to seek criminal forfeiture proceedings, which are necessary if any animal was going to be put down as vicious. Other than that, I think those are the main changes on the ordinance.
Okay. Anybody from the public, do you have any comments, sir, about the dog ordinance?
Just listening.
Okay. Can you hear okay?
No. Can I come up?
You will try to speak a little louder, and
Oh, okay.
if we, it's kind of hard when he's facing away from you, but he doesn't talk very loud anyway, so.
Okay.
We'll get him to speak a little louder. Should we go on to the next one? Or do we need to close that public hearing and take action?
I think you would need to close that public hearing and have a vote or any
Okay.
proposals.
All right, so hearing no,
You didn't have any comments about that? Okay.
having no comments from the public on that, I'll close the public hearing and we'll resume our commission meeting and take action on the proposed dog ordinance update. Any comments or changes or concerns?
What does rather than utility, animal kept for pleasure rather than utility, is that like a working dog chasing cows?
So, working dogs, disability dogs, police dogs, I think all fall under the exceptions. The pleasure rather than utility, I think it's to try to exclude livestock, animals that are raised for their utility. Let's see, the definition for, definition for that comes from, let's see, this was Davis County's ordinance defining a pet to mean any domesticated animal kept for pleasure rather than utility. It seems to be, I think I found that in Weber County's ordinance as well. Just a common phrase to try to delineate what is a pet and what is livestock or items being raised. That's a great question. Does that answer it for you?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, well, thanks.
So,
We sure did.
dogs must wear ID tags on his collar when off the property. A lot of dogs don't do that here. I do, cause I don't want mine lost. Is there any comment on that part of it?
I think it's a good thing, so
I do
that
too,
at
but-
any one time, if a dog is found, there's some way of identifying whose dog it is. For example, if a dog turns up at the station over there and bites somebody, but yet it doesn't have any identification, then there's no recourse to that person that got bit. So I don't think that, it's not like I think that's something that probably all animals ought to have some type of an ID on them so that they can be identified. So it is an ordinance, and, you know, people need to understand that when they find a dog and it has no ID on it, then at that point in time, there's no way to identify it. So if it's impounded and sent to a dog facility, then, you know, it's not like that we had any way of actually returning the animal back. So I think that's good. Whether people do it or not, that's another story, but. John, do you have any comments?
No, we don't, do we have to read this whole thing? Or can we just?
No.
Okay. I mean, I've read it, but do we have to read
I
it?
just wonder, I don't wanna make lawbreakers out of everybody. But I agree with you, I think I want all my dogs to, you know, have a tag so we can get them home, but I agree with it, but.
And this doesn't determine anything at all, but even the old ordinance not only required a license to be worn, the license had to be provided by the sheriff's office on an annual basis.
Yeah.
So
That was bad.
But
yeah.
we've gone away from the
So
law
this is-
to just a dog attack.
The old ordinance from '81 said dogs must wear identification tags or collars at all time when off premises of the keeper. It doesn't say whether, you know, we don't have to do always what was done. What I'm just saying is that this isn't a change from how it's been in the county since '81, I guess, right? So that's still up for debate whether you want to require that or not.
You have an ordinance now?
I'll number 22-1.
And then here's
22-1?
here's the language from
Well, we've
Davis
done a lot
County.
of resolutions, but this is the first ordinance.
It's 22-1.
I
Which is
just
very
like
similar,
talked
except
to
they
them
also
about it
require
at lunch.
Okay.
registration
Well, we should
through
number
animal
them.
Okay,
control.
okay.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we accept this ordinance, number 22-1, the Rich County ordinance for the control of dogs and other pets.
Okay,
Second.
have a motion and a second to authorize the revised ordinance for the control of dogs and other pets, ordinance number 22-1. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. All right. Now I'll open for a public hearing about amending the ordinance and establishing official bonds and setting the amounts thereof.
You get a signature.
What?
Did we sign that copy
Oh,
for the dogs?
All right, so go ahead and talk to us about the,
Okay. So this one, and again, all of these, you're gonna hopefully see me every month until this project is done, but all of these are ideally, this will end with up-to-date, clear ordinances that comply with law and make sense, that will all be published on the county's website. So this is the one, this proposal is to repeal and replace the county's current ordinance. Which is 84-1. As we talked about last month, state statute requires counties to require public officials to have either a bond in place in case there's any malfeasance that cost the county money, or to obtain crime insurance covering the county officials, or covering the county for loss by county officials. So this ordinance was drafted with the help of USIP, who have counseled all counties that are taking the insurance route to have language similar to this. It sets minimums, you know, for instance, for the county clerk, it's $5,000, the sheriff $20,000, the attorney $5,000, and so on. But the USIP, the Utah County Indemnity Pool, is already providing the county crime insurance covering the county from loss caused by any of these elected officials, and it's multiple times more. And it's cheaper and easier to administer for the county. So this ordinance takes the legislature let counties take that choice, and this ordinance it sets the minimums of what is we're to have, and then it elects to just be covered by USIP for this requirement. Any questions about that ordinance?
Pretty straightforward on this.
This one's pretty straightforward for
Yeah.
sure.
Do you have any comment? Anybody comment from the public? Okay.
There's a lot of pressure on you today.
Oh, boy.
You got nothing for us?
Not on that.
All right.
With that, I'll close the public hearing, and we'll convene back into commission meeting, and I would entertain any comments about this ordinance, or a motion, either one.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we accept this updated ordinance, probably number 22-2, the Rich County Ordinance providing for theft or crime insurance coverage and lieu of fidelity bonds for county officers.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion was unanimous. Motion passes. All right.
You already signed that.
I did. So our next motion will be on the Beehive ordinance, amending our ordinance within the county for beehives, and we'll open a public hearing for that. Is there any comment about that? The Beehive ordinance.
What is it as it stands right now?
Let me go through it again.
Yeah.
Would that be helpful?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, so the county back in 1989 passed an ordinance to address a problem, and the problem was to try to balance two things. One is the county has to spray for mosquitoes countywide, and that's a big deal. And the other is that there are beekeepers who keep hives in the county, and the mosquito spray can harm, although not always, I guess, but it can be harmful to a beehive.
Okay.
And so we wanted to make sure that we at least knew where those beehives were so that we could notify our sprayers and they could avoid those. Trying to balance the needs to spray for mosquitoes with also being welcoming to beehives in the county, because they're great.
Okay.
So the ordinance back in 1989 required people having beehives to get a license from the county. The license cost let's see, what was it?
I think it was $20.
I think it was $20.
Yeah.
Oh, here it is. The license was $15, and then they would be on register with Becky, who would keep that for the county. There were a couple, and then it made it a Class B misdemeanor not to comply. So there are three problems with this. One is people would register, but they would never deregister, and so years could go by and we have no idea whether a hive is there. Two, the $15, we don't want to discourage people from doing this because it is cooperative and the money is, the fee, the proposal was to drop the fee. And the third is to drop the Class B misdemeanor for failure to comply. So it's not a crime if they don't comply, just if they don't comply, we don't know that their hives are there and we can't protect them from spraying. And that seems like enough incentive for someone who cares to come register. So this new ordinance, like I said, drops the criminal penalty, drops the annual fee, drops the registration fee, and then it requires an annual renewal. So, which is really easy to do every year. You know, they give us like 4 sentences of text for free, just to tell us that the hive is still there and they still want it protected for 1 more year. And it also has a just an easy form drawn up. This is the form. And that will be posted on our website under our form section. Becky can accept any form. This is just a helpful form if they want to use it. But they just need to tell us each year they want protection, where the hive is, that it's still there, how many hives they have, and if they think it's going to be gone partway through the year to let us know. So, any questions about that?
And there's no fee anymore.
No fee.
Okay.
Which I don't think was substantial. Becky said that on average we were getting I think last year we had 1 register. So we're talking about, $15 a year. And maybe we can get more people to register if it's free.
When do they spray for mosquitoes?
Anywhere from the 1st of May through the end of August.
At any point in time?
Yeah, but it's always in the evening when
Yes.
the bees are in their hive. We always wait till almost
Till late
dark.
at night or something?
Yeah.
Is
so-
there advance warning so that you could go cover them?
Yeah, it's usually posted it's posted on our county website, and then we're posted in public places such as the post offices or even gas stations, or over in the Garden City area, they posted at the state parks, the city office. And they're just a posting that just says, notice, aerial application for mosquitoes is going to be Tuesday between 8:30 p.m. and 10 o'clock p.m.
Okay. How long is that spray valid?
Oh,
How long would it
there's
be
no-
a danger to the bees?
just until it reaches the ground. There's no residual to it. So what it is it's droplets. It's atomized into droplets of 34 to 38 microns, which is just like a dot. And it literally, a bee would have to have probably 50 of those on top of it to do any harm to a bee whatsoever. But we've been spraying, we use dibrome, and we've been spraying, 10 years and never had a bee issue whatsoever. Because it's late enough in the evening, the bees are in their hives. Very seldom is there any issue with any type of bee kills or anything like that. So.
Okay. Is there any regulation where you can put them?
No,
beehives?
there isn't at this point in time. But one of the things is, when we know where they're at, we at least know and have an idea of those areas. But it really, we're late enough in the evening, and the product we're using is really not a threat to the
To the
beehive.
bees at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there is, in addition to this ordinance, the Utah State has a code, which is the Beekeeper Act. And so beekeepers register through the Department of Agriculture.
Right.
Is that right?
Right.
Yeah, it's like
And-
$10.
And so they have some requirements about the beekeepers have to follow.
Okay.
And so the county just relies on state statute for the rest of the
Okay.
beekeeper things.
And it is, the state does require that registration. That's not something that we can deal with.
Yeah, they do require it. And so angry bees, sick bees, problematic bees would all be handled through the state Department of
Oh, okay.
Agriculture. So,
Any
yeah.
comments, Jack? It's a public hearing.
There might be later, but so far, I like to run it here. I happen to have bees, so I don't have any issue with anything that I've heard so far. I think it's good, because the other thing that used to happen is sometimes throughout the year you move your bees to somewhere else, but it's a pain in the noggin to have to run into the courthouse and give them the new address where you're gonna move them to. As long as you're doing it at night, I've never had a single bee of mine die from that reason in this county. It's always been other stuff, so that's not an issue, so.
Yeah, the threat to bees by mosquito spraying, it's evolved to the point of where we know the times to do it and the products to use, and there's very little mortality that causes anything to,
Okay.
Yeah. And it's kind of interesting by the state statute, if the county ever does have problem with bees, you know, it allows the county to appoint a county bee inspector who has
Right.
statutory powers to confiscate diseased hives and angry hives and things like that. But
Where we would never do that, we'd just turn that over to Department of Ag and they would regulate that, that's their deal,
Yeah.
so.
it sounds like for decades the bee has been
The only problem I have
Smooth.
is once in a while they put them close to a corral and they'll swarm the water trough
Yeah.
to where my horses won't go get a drink.
Yeah.
But that's only happened a few times.
yeah. Good questions.
In Colorado, they require you to have fresh water close to the hive so that because there's a lot of agriculture in western Colorado,
Yeah.
and that prevents that problem. They have water right by their house, and so they don't
Yeah,
seek it
yeah,
elsewhere.
yeah, they don't seek it elsewhere, yeah.
Right.
Okay, any other questions or comments on the county beehive ordinance that we have? With that, I'll close the public hearing and open our commission meeting back up. And entertain any more comments. Thanks for coming in. Thanks, folks.
I make a motion
Okay,
that we adopt the Rich County Beehive Ordinance
Okay, second.
2020 or 20.
22-3.
okay,
Or 2. 3.
3. Okay, we have a motion second to approve the amended ordinance. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. I do not have a copy of that ordinance, and I don't even have one from. How come you got one and I didn't get one?
She give us all. Oh, there it is.
Get to the bottom. We need to get to the bottom of this.
The clerk, you
So
know,
now restate, I do actually have a copy.
So John,
thanks
how many
to
hives do you
Sim, I
have?
do actually have a copy.
John.
Yeah, I'm
Do you
not,
ever,
I'm not a super active involved. It's just, I don't even collect the honey off of it. But,
do they just stay there through the winter?
yeah.
And that
yeah.
works?
I'll throw in some fondant to help them out through the winter time, and I wrapped them up once or twice, but Jack, who was here, he wants to get quite a bit and transport them to California in the winter.
Is that why he was here, to hear about
Yeah.
this? Okay.
So, don't you need, like, in a shed or some hay against them or something? Can't they freeze?
They can, but I mean, so I wrapped it, I got a little wrap that I put on it, like an insulated wrap. But you'll go touch it. I mean, the hive itself it warms up in the sun just because it's cedar and it's colored, you know. But even if you go touch it at -30, inside that hive it's always above 70 degrees. I mean, they just keep it warm.
That's crazy that they can
Yeah.
have 100-degree difference.
Yeah, and they'll just, I mean, they die off slowly, but.
Okay.
All right, so our off-highway ordinance, did you bring copies of that, Ben? Or are we not gonna do that one this time around? We have for beach protection and
So
off-highway.
these are non-public hearings. So this is the next batch of ones I'm hoping
Okay.
to present to you today, and then once we have some discussion, come back next month with a public hearing on those. So
Okay,
we're trying to knock out a couple each month.
awesome.
Okay.
So go ahead on your public highway one then.
Okay, so start with some history here. We have an ordinance, it's 86-5, obviously passed in 1986. And this ordinance kind of regulated activities that could be conducted on the beach of Bear Lake. And this was a pretty good ordinance. The problem is that it's been mooted by state statute because
Well, you can drive on a state highway now.
oh, I'm sorry, which one are we doing?
We started highway, but then you moved to beaches.
Oh, that's right, okay. Strike that. This is the highway ordinance, okay. All right, so same thing. it also got mooted by state statute. There was a statute that passed that regulated off-highway use, and so we want to be in compliance with that statute. Counties can operate with discretion that's given by the state, but it can't contravene state statute, and so we need to make sure that we don't contravene it. The biggest problem for this is we had this ordinance 86-5 that stated that off-highway vehicles can be used on unpaved roads in the county. It made it a misdemeanor. It didn't specify what kind of misdemeanor, presumably a Class C misdemeanor. And then it said, except for the roads that are noted in the attached map. And that map has been lost to history. Becky doesn't have a copy. I don't have a copy. It was probably lost years before Becky took office. So it doesn't make sense anymore, the ordinance.
Well, but
So-
she's been here before OHVs were even invented, so I'm not sure why we would not.
And she did lose Bill's ordinance, so.
We just saw her lose that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably Becky lost it.
Hey,
But-
everybody's.
She, in her defense, she was not
Okay, I think
even
that
the clerk.
we amended that ordinance a while back. I'm not sure when.
86 was the last that we could find.
Yeah.
So here is, before we turn to the language here, let me just kind of explain to you what state statute has to say on this. So here, we're in Title 41 of the Utah State Code, Chapter 22, which is off-highway vehicles. And so let me just summarize the kind of the landscape of what we're operating in here. So number one, and these were passed in 2015, so 6 years ago, or 7 years ago. A person may not operate an off-highway vehicle, and it's defined. It pretty much includes everything you think it includes, plus motorcycles and snowmobiles. It does not include any off-highway vehicle that is street legal. So if you have your blinkers, license plates, headlights, seat belts, it's not considered an off-highway vehicle, even though it looks like it is. They can't go on to interstate highways, which I don't think affects us. Let's see. Currently registered off-highway vehicles may be operated on public land, trails, streets, or highways that are posted by sign as open to them, or designated by map as open to them, or by description as open to them, by either the controlling federal, state, county, or municipal agency. So that allows the county to open these up. We can do it by map, we can do it by description, or we can do it by signage. Let's see. It also makes violating, so if you violate this in any way, so driving an off-highway vehicle on a road not open to you, the state statute makes that an infraction. And so we have to reduce our misdemeanor down to an infraction to not be in violation. Snowmobiles, the state statute says that they may be operated on streets and highways which have been officially closed for the season to conventional motor vehicle traffic because snow removal is no longer provided for the season by the public authority having jurisdiction. So like the Monty, or what are we doing now on that? Is that?
It's closed.
And snowmobiles are allowed to go up there?
Yeah. Okay.
So anything that's closed for the winter, snowmobiles by state statute are already permitted to go. Okay, this is also from state statute. Local ordinances. Counties may adopt ordinances designating certain streets and highways under its respective jurisdiction as open for general off-highway vehicle use. We also can, a county may not prohibit or restrict the use of a street legal all-terrain vehicle on a street or highway where the use of another street legal vehicle is permitted. So if it's street legal, it goes everywhere a car can go. We also can post, or we can have an ordinance that requires minors to be overseen by an adult while using an off-highway vehicle on designated roads. So that's an option. The language there says a county may adopt an ordinance requiring an operator who is under 16 years of age to be under the direct visual supervision of an adult who is at least 18 years of age while using a route designated under subsection 1. So that's an option that we have there too. And then the default, if the county has not specifically opened a road by, again, posting, description, or map, then the default is it is not open and it would be an infraction to operate a vehicle on it. Let's see, other statutes of interest. The legislature encourages counties to open as many as they can. Let's see.
So on the under 16, is there not some type of state statute on that?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I'm thinking that anybody under 16 has to go through an OHV safety training in order to be able to operate. There's some type of a statute that requires something to that effect for OHVs. I know that because State Parks continues to enforce that with
Okay.
kids that are riding four-wheelers.
They give them some kind of card or something?
They must. I'm not
Okay.
really sure.
I'm not aware of that.
We need to look at that and see. There is some type of requirement for if you're under 16, above and beyond being supervised. So
Okay.
we can see.
And then
Okay.
There was, because we would get tickets, and then once the child passed the course.
We would dismiss.
That's been a few years ago. I don't know
That's
whether
what
that's changed or
I'm
not.
wondering if they've changed
Yeah.
it. Yeah. So.
Okay. Let me read this other line of, this is from state statute again. It just says, agencies of the state and its subdivisions, which is us, shall pursue opportunities to open public land to responsible off-highway vehicle use and cross-country motor vehicle travel. So you're encouraged to open up as much as you can. That isn't enforceable, but that's kind of the state sentiment is
Right.
to open it up. Okay, so let me direct your attention to this packet that I gave you. This is, all I did here is type up the old statute, and then you can see the proposed changes. So if it's struck out, that's proposed to be removed, and if it's underlined, that's proposed inserted new language. What would you like to do? Do you want to read through it all together, or just summarize, or silent? What's your preference there?
Well, I read through it, and the only question I really had was about the underage. Everything else that you've added basically follows state statute as far as what we do. The only thing would be designating any areas that, any roads that we do not want street legal.
Or non-street legal?
Right, well, yeah, any roads that we want non-street legal to be off limits, but I don't know that, at this point in time, county roads are open to both street legal and unstreet legal.
So, a couple things I did here. I beefed up the definitions. This language here on page 2 definitions, all of those just come from state code. It
Right.
seemed like they were kind of helpful to have here too.
Yeah.
So, and then it said, rather than doing a map, I just took a shot in the dark and said all unpaved roads in unincorporated Rich County are designated as open, leaving the roads to the towns to decide what they want to do.
Well, we've got several paved roads that are not within the towns that are being actively used. The Round Valley Road, for example, Manhead Road out there. that are being used by four-wheelers specifically. So we do have some paved roads, actually the east side of the lake over there. That's also has quite a bit of OHV use on it.
What about
Street
these,
legal and
these off-highway vehicles that have ag stickers on them? They go where they want, on paved or not, if they're going to irrigate their fields?
only if you can prove that, that you're in an it's for an agricultural use. Like from field to field, or, you know, because if you have the ag exemption on it, that means that you're not using that for any type of recreation.
Right.
And that you're legal.
And my kids are going to move pipe
Right,
or whatever.
and they're legal to drive that on a road that, well, you can't drive it on a state highway because it is not street legal, but it is registered as an off-highway vehicle as an ag. So it's registered, but it's not, unless it's got blinkers, it's not street legal.
Right.
So it would be legal on our county roads, but it would not be legal on a state highway.
So is that for tractors, or does it also include like side-by-sides
It's
and
a
four-wheelers?
side-by-side.
Side to
Everything?
side.
Yeah,
Okay.
instead of having a registration every year for, it's an ag
You just buy it
exemption.
when you buy the four-wheeler.
Off-road vehicle.
Oh, wow, thank you. Off-highway vehicle laws and rules.
So as of right now, if it's not street legal, you still can't go on state road, correct?
Correct,
You could get ticketed or.
right.
And we've been getting tickets for that, and I'm gonna ask Lisa, it's a huge fine. I was surprised at the fine was on that.
So this says, this is from the Utah State Parks website. Anyone under 18 can operate an OHV on public land. There's no longer an 8-year minimum age requirement. If they are able to reach and operate each control necessary to safely operate the off-highway vehicle and have in their possession an OHV education certificate or a valid driver's license and are under the direct adult supervision of a responsible adult. So that's the requirements now, I guess, for.
Okay. Did you have her print that for you, John?
No, it's probably Watchman.
No.
Okay. So I guess to me, it kind of seemed like to divide it up into paved and unpaved and unincorporated rich county and treat them
Yeah.
a little apart. So when it comes to unpaved roads, what are the thoughts about, do you,
I can't think of any paved or unpaved roads that we would close to.
and they've all been open except for the ones on that map, and we have no idea what was on that map.
I don't think
So-
there was any on the map.
The
Maybe
fine's
there was no
$830
For what?
to drive
Driving
an
on a state
OHV
highway.
on it.
State highway.
Holy cow.
Huge.
And that would probably be, we're talking state roads where
To get from one ranch to the other.
probably the county doesn't have, we're not regulating state roads.
No,
So we're not talking about those.
no.
That's a big fine. Okay. And I did talk to Dale, and he said that it's a big deal in Garden City, especially kids in the summer driving on that state road there.
Yes, it won't.
So, so when it comes to unpaved roads, it's always been open minus what's on the map. Are you guys okay just to say open if it's unpaved?
Well, certainly open if it's unpaved. I guess what we need to decide is our paved roads open as well?
That's
All
the-
unpaved roads open.
All unpaved roads open. Okay, so that the language I had here is just all unpaved roads in unincorporated Rich County are designated as open to use by currently registered off-highway vehicles unless otherwise specifically closed by posting signs. So if we decided to close one for any reason, it would be on a county to go out and put a sign closing it.
Okay,
Absent signs, they're all open. Does that seem to work for everybody?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. So then, under paved roads, I just put question mark, because I have no idea what you guys want to do.
Well, we do have paved roads, and one of the issues I've got about with that is we have we've got the Round Valley Road, which is a paved road, and it has two different accesses in which four-wheelers and farmers and ranchers and everybody else is on that road continually, number one, to get to public land and onto our gravel roads. So, as far as, I don't know, like I said, I don't know. I know the East Side Road, it was always open as well. I don't know of any roads in the county, paved or paved or unpaved, that we've ever enforced anything on, because I think they've all been open.
Think about you about got to, because they got to go to get to the hill. They've got to go on them.
Well, and our paved roads are in agricultural areas,
Mm-hmm.
you know, Round Valley and.
So if we talk about, we're excluding state roads here.
Right,
And so
right.
this is a state road.
Right. There's only one state road.
The road around the lake is a state road.
No,
No?
Around the west
the
side.
west side it is.
East side is
not.
county.
Yeah,
And then how about the road up over to Logan?
that's county, or a state.
That's state, okay.
Yeah.
So,
So you got the main road through Woodbury from Randolph, all the way to the junction. And then you got a state road all the way through Lake Town, around through Garden City, and up over the canyon and on into Idaho. There's just the one road where really,
okay, so major paved non-state roads, we're talking about the east side of the lake,
Manhead,
and then
Round Valley.
are there any that are
and
outside
Woodruff.
outside the boundaries of a town?
yeah. So we
That
got
are-
one that starts right here at the cemetery and goes 2 miles up a gravel, well, it was gravel, but up a county road. At Woodruff, you've got one at the Woodruff city limits that goes another 3 miles out to the south of there, that's an oil road.
And how about the road up El Monte?
That's a state road.
That's state road,
That's
okay.
a state road.
So,
They would fall under that.
I think the same thing, that all of them are open, and then we can go put a sign if we need to, if there becomes a problem.
default open,
Yeah,
closed
I-
by sign if needed, okay.
I think that's probably the way we need to do that, because any of those roads are accessing agriculture and rural areas, if not public land. And, that's, we've got to provide them to get to access public lands, and you can't, and then here's the other thing is we're encouraging to come into our communities and support our communities and our businesses, but they're a mile outside of the community, and they've come from the Hardware Ranch, for example, and a mile outside of Randolph. They can't ride on a county road to come in and eat and get gas. So, it's kind of a two-edged sword, because we're trying to support our communities, and so, the state highway's a whole nother ballgame. I mean, that's their thing, and that's
I
fine.
don't think we
and
even have.
We
the-
don't have any jurisdiction there,
Jurisdiction
we
there.
don't want any jurisdiction, and we shouldn't have them on the state highway anyway.
So it sounds like, what if we put something in there too specific to make it clear, because we don't want people showing up with their justice court tickets and saying, this says all paved. Make it clear that this does not apply to state roads or,
State,
or any roads inside of a municipality.
yeah, the municipalities have their own ordinances, or you can
And, okay,
have, every one of them have their own ordinances.
so I'll just put something beefing up, making it more clear that this, when we talk about paved roads, we're talking about
Unincorporated county roads.
unincorporated, paved, non-state roads.
Yeah, that's fine. I think that's a good way to clarify it.
Okay.
So.
And then we'll just deal with it with signage after that. Okay.
So what would we have as an infraction? Any person in violating any terms on this ordinance shall be deemed guilty of an infraction. What would you be referring to? Speeding?
No, that would be separate. This is just the mere presence on the road. So this would be like if we closed one by sign and then you drove on it
Okay.
anyway, that would be an infraction.
Okay.
Or
a young person would not.
or a young person if you
No
choose to do that.
certificate,
Yeah.
Okay.
But if you have opened up all county roads and we haven't put signage up, we're not expecting, there wouldn't be a possibility for any infractions just for the mere presence on a road.
Okay.
Okay, so the next thing to discuss is section 4, which, like I said, that language from the state statute allows us to set some restrictions on those under 16 writing it. And this would be, it sounds, let's see. So I just took a stab at the language here, but you have a lot of options. You could do nothing. You could require direct adult supervision. You could require them to get that OHV education certificate plus an adult, which is what the state parks are doing. You could do the OHV certificate without an adult.
So technically, though, the issue with that is, regardless of whether, this isn't something the county's gonna control. Because even if they're on a county road and they're legally, they by state statute cannot, have to have in their possession an OHV education certificate or a valid driver's license. That's what the state says. And under direct supervision, adult supervision, anybody that, it just says no longer a minimum age, but they must be able to reach and operate the controls necessary and have in their possession an OHV education certificate or valid driver's license. So that's determined by the state statute.
I'm just not sure if, because I would have expected to have seen that here in chapter 22, and that,
Well, it
that
looks
might
like
be
it's
by-
effective in 2023.
Oh, where are you seeing that?
So I'm on the state website.
Which provision?
So you can see,
20-30?
yeah, and you can see it's effective come January 1st.
Can you scroll down just a little bit, all the way to the bottom? Amended by. Huh. And what does that say?
What does this whole section say?
Well, just about minors operating the.
Oh, it says, let's see here, has to be someone under 18, let's see here. Direct supervision means within 300 feet, a person may not operate, and an owner may not get permission to operate on public trails, lands, highways, unless the person is able to reach and operate the controls, is under the direct supervision, and passes a safety certificate issued and approved by the division in accordance with section 4122-31.
So that's coming in 2023.
Yeah, so
Okay.
either a driver's license or a,
Do you guys want to just mirror that language and put it here as a? It's not necessary to do that, but it's.
I mean,
It's just
certainly
extra-
you can if you want to. I mean, it's already gonna be state statute, so.
Can you read me that statute again, John?
yeah, let's see here.
20 dash or 40,
41-22-30.
And so that is going to require direct supervision, which is within 300 feet, and touching the controls and safety
Yeah.
features, and the OHV course.
Yeah,
All three things.
yep,
Okay.
unless you have a driver's license.
Unless you have a driver's license. Do you want to just put that language here?
Probably so, huh?
Wonder what that OHV course would be, like a hunter's permit type class?
They have a driving course where you have to drive and show that you can safely maneuver. And then they have a list of rules and things, so like how to
Oh, okay.
signal that you're turning and those kind of things.
Looks like section 31, they talk about
Yeah, and
that.
but you have to also have a helmet on. You have to have a helmet on anything under 18.
Okay. All right. You guys comfortable with that then? Section 5, again, it's not necessary to say anything about snowmobiles on county roads, but I thought it was just useful to put it here, that snowmobiles may be operated on any road that has been closed seasonally due to snow removal not being provided. And then prohibitions, Here, I guess we would change it so it says, a person may not operate an off-highway vehicle on any road in unincorporated Rich County that has been closed by signage, except as provided, and then you have exceptions for loading and unloading, emergencies, and crossing the road at a 90-degree angle.
I was just looking here on 7B, where when loading and unloading an off-highway vehicle from a vehicle or trailer, which shall be done in due regard for safety and the nearest practical point of operation. What are you?
So this language comes from state statute, and there are exceptions that still allow you to operate an off-highway vehicle on any closed road. And so this would only apply to the county if you in the future affirmatively closed one by signs. So if you did close one by signs, then the exceptions still allow that limited use.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay, penalty will be an infraction. Severability clause. And this ordinance shall be effective immediately upon approval. Okay. You got any concerns on any of those, John or Shane?
I don't.
I don't think we're limiting. I think we're giving, state statute, they've got enough, they're trying to control it from a safety standpoint, and I think our issue is our biggest thing is whether they're legal on our county roads, and they're not, and, with the situation that we're in, I think our county roads need to remain open for off-highway vehicle use, so I think this captures what we want to do, in my opinion. So you want to make those adjustments? Or?
I'll email you out proposals, and then are you guys okay to set this for public hearing next month?
Yep, I think so.
Great, anything else on that?
Not on that one.
Okay. So the next one. You're okay to turn to the beach ordinance. You ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So this is another proposal. Okay, so a beach protection ordinance. Ours has been in place since 1991, and it was a great ordinance, but state code. So if you turn in your, I gave you a whole packet. If you turn to the back where you see the code, that should look like this. Okay. So here's the 2022 code that kind of displaced our ordinance. This governed lake beds and beaches. And curiously, if you turn it to page 2, no, it's on page 3, line number 68.
Want to trade me?
Sure.
I got yours.
Yeah, I just made copies of my notes.
Okay.
Okay, so line 68, subsection 3, it's specific to Bear Lake beaches. So it says a person is guilty of a Class C misdemeanor and liable for civil damages described in subsection 4 if, on state lands surrounding Bear Lake, and without written authorization of the division, the person does any of the A through A through H. So it prohibits on state lands surrounding Bear Lake, you cannot park or operate a motor vehicle in an area on the exposed lake bed that is specifically posted by the division as closed for usage. B, you cannot camp except in an area that is posted designated as open to camping. C, there's a 10-mile-per-hour speed limit. D, you can't recklessly operate a vehicle. E, you can't park or operate a motor vehicle within an area between the water's edge and 100 feet of the water's edge, except as necessary to launch or retrieve motorboats, if you're permitted to do that. Transport an individual with limited mobility, deposit or retrieve equipment to a beach site. F, you cannot travel in a motor vehicle parallel to the water's edge. So the intention is you stay on a normal road and then you make a perpendicular drive to the water and then back out. I, let's see. Oh, so the parallel thing back to F. You cannot travel parallel to the water's edge in areas designated by division as closed or a distance greater than 500 yards or for purposes other than to travel to and from a beach site. G, you cannot park or operate a motor vehicle between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. And you cannot start a campfire and you cannot use fireworks. So those are the state law now, specific, very specific to our specific beaches. My understanding is that the state, it's limited to state lands surrounding Bear Lake, which goes up to that mean high water mark, which, does anybody have memorized what that is?
5911.
5911, okay.
Well, actually, no, it's 5918, I believe.
The high water,
Yeah.
it's either that or 5922.
Well, we got 3 numbers now.
5911's the bottom.
Yeah, that's our bottom number. That's the one we're concerned about. But
Yeah. Anyway, by statute, there's a mean high water mark that delineates the boundary of state land around Bear Lake. And my understanding is it's pretty high, but that there are some accumulations of sand that you look at and think, oh, it's a beach, that are above that. So we are pretty much displaced on what we can do around most of Bear Lake's beaches. But we can still do things that are above that mean high water mark. So if you go back to page 1 of your packet, this proposed ordinance tries to just mirror the restrictions that the state statute had. Again, it's not ever necessary to say things that state statute already does, but it seemed like a good idea. Oh, I had it here. I looked it up. It's 5923.65.
It's only off a foot.
Okay, I'd forgotten I looked that up. Does that sound right to everybody?
yeah.
5923.65. So we mirror the state's statute so that you get better deterrence, and we can. It seemed kind of nice to have it here. And then it proposed to extend those restrictions to include also a defined beach, as meaning any area in between the mean high water mark defined below and the water's edge, beach also includes all collections of sand forming usable recreation areas adjacent to and above the mean high water mark. So, if there was beaches that are above that, but they're still adjacent to their lake, that then it extends those protections to all of those areas.
My question is, when it's down just a little bit, but not as bad as it is this summer, of course, but is this, if we do this, is it gonna make the state parks or sovereign lands have to go around posting, do not drive down, do not drive and park down there?
They already are.
Yeah, the
They
state-
already,
They're already posted?
They're already posted. They're already posted. They're posted right on the state, on the high water mark.
But like a year like this, they just disregard it and
Well, they've
drive
gone
past it.
well, they've gone down, they've actually moved the signs down now, so it's 100 feet away from the water.
Really?
Yeah,
I haven't noticed them.
yeah, notice, yeah, they just showed up
Hmm.
a couple of weeks ago.
Probably just in response to this, which just
Hmm.
took effect.
Well, I'm good with it, but
So really, the difference
They
is,
control that,
I was afraid it was gonna create more work for them, but they're already doing it.
they're gonna,
so the big thing on this, because all of those rules are in place by statute, is that it also extends them up to usable beaches that might be above the mean high water mark. So a collection of sand that looks and acts, and we want to protect it like a beach, it's adjacent to the lake, but it just happens to be above that 5923.65, just extends the protections to that as well. Other than that, we had a really good ordinance, it just got displaced last year.
yeah. This is fine, just to bring us up to,
Yeah, hey,
basically, I think.
John, looks like you had a thought.
No, so I guess anything, we don't really have much beach above. This is only from 5923 down,
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
that's pretty high.
It's pretty high, but somebody told me, I can't remember if it was you or Dale or Mitch, that there are some beaches where you'd look at it and think, oh, that's a beach,
That's
but
above
it's
that.
above it, that mean high water mark.
Hmm.
Is that right?
very little, very, very little.
Okay. It also would allow us to enforce things without having to find out exactly where that mean high water mark is.
Right,
Like if you had to, somebody violated it and it's a Class B misdemeanor, or Class C misdemeanor coming to justice court, we would have to bring in an expert to show that they were below the mean high water mark. And so this does away with that. So, anyway, any thoughts or issues? Or,
I think it looks good.
okay.
I think it captures what we need to do. Just picks up those small areas that doesn't fall under state statute, so.
Okay. You guys are get set this for public hearing next month.
Good.
All right. Sounds good. And so I'll try to remind you, Becky, but if you can just remember that we need 2 public hearings now next month.
And do you want them the same time? Is afternoon the best for you or morning?
I'm okay just as long as they're together. I'll come up whenever.
Should we just do it at 1 o'clock again?
Yeah, that
That's a
works
good
good.
time for public hearings.
That works for me. Okay, and then some other ordinances. We're still going through our list. I think we need an ordinance on livestock. If I had a pie chart for how many public calls I get,
We'll have to,
it would be like 95% livestock. And I would propose that it does two things. One, as you know, we're an open range state, and so we're an open range county. And so you're allowed to let livestock, as long as they're branded or tagged, whatever, go. There are three issues, and they're all regarding liability. One is if a car hits a cow on open range, nobody's presumed at fault. Maybe even the motorist is presumed at fault because they have a duty to look out, but definitely not the rancher. Changes, however, if you're not on open range. You're not on open range if the road has a fence to the side of it. The little gap of land between the fence and the road is not open range. And so we have people who will bring their cows around to graze that grass inside of the fence. That is not open range. If a car hits that cow, the livestock owner is liable, and it's just very dangerous. I think that the principle is that if you're driving a road and you see a fence there, you're not looking for cows because there is a fence there. And so, is that all accurate?
No.
Sim, are you a rancher?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's not accurate.
Which part's not accurate?
Well, it is kind of.
Well, first of all, there has to be a fence on both sides of the road. You can't just have a fence on one side of the road and say that it's not open range when the property owner owns on both sides of the road.
That's right. It has to have something on both sides.
Yeah.
But I'm not responsible for that fence from Sage Junction to the top of Lake Town Canyon, right? That's right. I'm just making a point. But my cow gets to that fence and on the road and gets hit.
Because that's public land along that road.
Because it's public lands.
And we.
And is it bounded by fences?
Yeah,
It
both
is.
sides.
But it also has a road sign
But
on
I
it.
don't own that ground, so I don't maintain that fence.
Don't own the fence, we don't own the ground.
Well, like the problem we were getting, I think it was last year and year before, is that you'll have a section of road and it's bounded on both sides by fence and it has a cattle grate. But owners will bring their cows into it and just let them graze inside that land.
During the day and then put them back at night or something.
Yes, yeah.
I don't know.
That was Sterling Lane.
Oh, yeah, okay. But I'm talking about a whole different situation where there's fences on both sides. Cow gets out, I'm not responsible for the fence, but my cow don't care, and gets out. And right there at the top of Lake Town Canyon, there's a sign that says open range.
Well, what if you said something like, it's an infraction to intentionally put cows out to graze on, the land, just to reach this one thing. You know what I mean? Just so there's something.
So is that state code right now? Like the right of way is not, if it's fenced, the right of way is not?
It is, yeah. If it, I think it's state code under the definition of open range land, and that it doesn't include roadways that are bounded by buildings, curbs, hedges, or fences. And so, anyway, that's something to consider.
And I think it's a different situation when we own the property, like, our fields and stuff that are along the highway. We maintain that fence. So I can confidently say, okay, if one gets out, I'll take responsibility, but some we don't.
So the second thing that I think that we should have is just to once and for all resolve the fence in, fence out situation. What do you think about that, Bill?
It's an ongoing process.
It's an ongoing dispute. My proposal is fence in, fence out only has to do with liability if a livestock causes damage. It doesn't require livestock owners to build fences or maintain fences. So the only question is, there's no question that a livestock owner has the right to let a cow roam. cow roams and causes damage, let's say to a garden, and the question is, who has to pay for the damages? And that's answered by whether you're a fence-in or fence-out county. If you're fence-in, then the duty is on the livestock owner to fence their cows in, which is really burdensome in a big rural county like this. It might make sense for Davis County. We're fence-in, but it doesn't make sense for you guys. Fence-out tells the garden owner, if you don't want your garden to be destroyed by cows, you need to fence them out. And then the garden owner cannot make a claim against the livestock owner unless they had the fence up. And if you're a fence-out county, you have to declare it, and you have to define what is considered, the term is a lawful fence. It's the minimum fence allowed that the garden owner can build and still make a claim. So if you say like 2 strands of barbed wire, then he has to have 2 strands of barbed wire at a minimum in order to be able to make a claim against the rancher. It also allows counties to not make a decision like countywide, but to set areas. So you could say for these areas. So to me, it seems like an easy thing to do would be to say, outside the towns, we're a fence-out county, and here's the definition of a lawful fence. The ordinance would be about this long, and then it would just once and for all. I mean, we get so many calls about fence in, fence out. I think that, and the default, if a county does nothing, is that you are fence in, and our county is not doing anything. And so I know that Bill and I disagree with this, but my opinion is that Rich County, since 1997 or whatever it was that we repealed it, has always been fence in, and that doesn't seem to make sense. So it'd be just a tiny little ordinance, define a lawful fence, areas outside municipalities are fence out for purposes of liability, and that's it.
I would define the fence that if it gets in your garden, it's not a good enough fence. That's how I define a fence.
Yeah.
Why don't you draft an ordinance up and get it out to us?
Are you at least willing to look at it?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I don't want to waste time writing something that you're not gonna.
No, why don't you draft an ordinance up and let's have some
And most of these, or well,
discussion.
I shouldn't say most, because I don't know what calls you get, but most of the ones I get are insurance companies that the person's
Yep.
hit the car, hit the cow, and are we fence in, fence out, so then I give them to you, and I'm sorry, and.
So how would it affect that?
So there are different rules for damages to property, which is decided by fence in, fence out, and then for motor vehicle accidents, which are just defined on, if you're open range and you're a car, you're probably liable because the rancher has no duty to keep the animal off the road, but a car owner has a
'Cause we're
duty not
fence
to
out.
hit things. And so probably that weighs in favor of the rancher. But when we're talking fence in, fence out, we're only talking about other damage, gardens, or like, it could get really severe, like a cow comes into a backyard and kills a kid, you know? And then the question is fence in, fence out for liability.
And they have that, and you have a problem, the same thing, because all these summer ranges, they can drop off down into Lake Town, because there's hardly any fence along there. And they get down in town and on people's lawns and gardens and.
All right, well, I'll send some proposals out to
Yeah.
look at later.
Yeah,
Okay.
put that into it.
My next-
Draft form, let's look at that.
My next item is, we need to go into a closed executive session, talk about some litigation, and we're gonna get Tom Peters, who represents the county on some complex litigation involving centrally assessed taxed property of Pacificorp.
Okay.
We've been suing them for a long time.
So if we can get the clerk to set the phone up.
And then we need a motion to go into a closed executive session to discuss litigation.
I make that motion.
I second it.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn into executive session for the purpose of litigation the county is involved in. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. Okay, we'll adjourn into executive session.